And the jury is seated in the courtroom, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed. The state may call your next witness.
Call Sergeant John Kenneth.
Mr. Laird.
Yes, John. Sorry.
That's all right. Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you were about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Thank you, sir.
Please state your name for the record. John Kenneth. And where do you currently work at? Beaumont Police Department. You're a sergeant over there? Yes, sir. How long you been with Beaumont? A little over 15 years. Now, were you working with Beaumont PD on the date of June 30th, 2020? Yes, sir. And did you get called out to a 3030 Booker Street? Yes, sir. And that's here in Beaumont? Yes, sir. And what was that in reference to? It's a check welfare. Now, what is that as far as with the check the welfare? What kind of call is that? What does that consist of? Yeah, usually it means that someone who ever called in thought welfare, whether they're injured, have medical condition, or there might have been a disturbance or a criminal type or foul play type situation. Now, were there other officers on scene when you got there? Yes, sir. And actually, did you get kind of called out there for a specific reason? Yes, sir. Officer Leslie, he gave me a call and told me that he had a situation out there in Short. And then when I got out there, I saw what he was talking about. Okay. And what was that situation? The call was initially a check welfare, so when I went out there, there was blood pointed out to me. I think it was on the base of the doorstep, of the entry, or the concrete part, and we were worried about the welfare of the people inside. And did the officers there, did they essentially need your approval to go into the house? I think it was, speculating. The confidence issue, they wanted me just to verify that we need to go in, because I've been told that that's what they wanted to do for their concern. Needed someone senior rank who'd been around a little bit to come and give them that confidence that this is the action they should take. Yes, sir. Were there fire and EMS there on the scene? Yes, I told Officer Leslie when he called me to get them out there. If I recall correctly. But yeah, they were out there. That's for the possible medical situation that might be. And so was the decision made to go ahead and enter the home? Yes, sir. And while who was trying to enter the home? Would the fire department helping with that, or how was that being? Yes, we had the fire department break the door open so we could go ahead and before the door was open, while the fire department was working on it, did you happen to say to other officers, was there a dog in there? Yeah, I do believe. Do you recall seeing anything moving in the house? The blinds. The blinds nearest to the door. Okay. So the blinds next to is that the front door? Yes, sir. You saw the blinds move a little bit? Yes, sir. What did that lead you to believe, if anything? From past experience, when we try to enter a house and there's a strong likelihood that people are trying to peep outside to see what we're doing, and that they might take, whether they try to actually attack us or run out the back door or whatever they're thinking, it definitely gives the idea that something's going on, whatever it may be. And ultimately, were the firefighters able to open the door there? Yes, sir. And what did you do after that? We entered, cleared the residence. I entered the hallway, adjacent to the living room, and I immediately saw someone, a black male that I noticed that appeared evidently deceased. When you initially entered the home right through that front doorway, did you observe anything there? And like before I saw the person,
Yes, sir. Right when you go in through the front door, right when you enter.
I think there were some blood marks.
Okay, and that, was that on the floor or where was?
Yes, sir.
So you see the blood marks on the floor, then you go into, you said the hallway,
Yes, sir.
and where was that located in the house? Was that,
If you're, going straight into the house, it'd be to my right. And it parallels the way I was walking.
so if you're walking through the front doorway, it's right to the right?
Your
Yes, sir.
Honor, I object to counsel leading.
Okay, they're generally leading, questions on direct are disallowed under the rules of evidence. You can lead on cross-examination. That's the way it's built into the rules. But leading, there are exceptions to that when, at the beginning of testimony, when, these are matters that, are trying to help the jury understand, like, the description of what the witness is, stating. Leading questions suggest the answer and, but questions that call for yes or no or open-ended answers, those are allowed. And here, so if you're walking through the front door, it's right to the right. That was a question, and that is calling for yes or no. It is not leading. Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer.
I'm sorry, the question again, so, no.
You're walking from the doorway, it's,
It's to my right.
At that point, do you go into the hallway?
Actually stopped in the doorway once I saw it, but I'm trying to enter the hallway. I stopped for a moment and I look over to my right and I see the deceased person.
You're ultimately able to identify that individual?
Later on, I want to refer back to this, just to. Subject was later identified as Kelvin Mahon, hopefully I'm saying that right, black male, date of birth, 6/6/1971.
So you observe, deceased right there. What do you do from that point?
Well, we had to clear the rest of the building looking for someone, probably a suspect or somebody else or any other victims inside the residence. So after that, seeing that, pausing for a moment and just went to clear and see if we can find anybody else.
Did you notice, were there any animals in the residence?
No, I don't recall any animals.
Was there any other individuals in the residence?
Yes.
Who was in the residence?
There was a female that was in the bedroom that went to, facing into the hall with that person. It was ended up being further down, toward the front of the house. And, she was later identified, as Naomi Ardoin, they were 3/6/1972.
And do you see that individual in the courtroom here today?
This appears to be.
And could you please point and describe an article of clothing that there was?
She's wearing a black top and green undershirt.
And Your Honor, I'd ask the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
yes, it will.
When you saw her laying, where was she at in the bedroom?
She was on top of the bed.
And was she communicating or speaking at that point?
I don't recall me getting too much because there's other officers in the bedroom, so I don't know how much time I spent in there. But I do recall hearing her voice and then the officers telling me that.
So at that point, you kind of you cleared the rest of the residence as well, and did you kind of go outside at that point?
Yes, sir.
And the other officers continued handling the scene and marking it off, and
Yes, sir.
they call for ID to come process the scene?
ID and CID.
Pathologist.
Good morning, Sergeant Penney.
How you doing, sir?
Great, sir. And yourself?
Good.
Good. You're, as a sergeant, you are somewhat over the, patrol officers that go out on patrol.
Usually, I think on that date and time, I was a South End Sergeant, and I thought I was on 40.
Okay. So, but all officers go through the academy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are certain things that the academy prepare you to do once you hit the streets.
Yes, sir.
And as newbies, they have a tendency to come to those that are a little bit more experienced to ask questions. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're one of the ones many times they go to make sure they're correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was no different than that.
Yes, sir.
Now, how important is it to have your reports correct? The
It's
investigative reports.
Yes, sir.
Those reports are designed to prepare the case, to present to the DA's office, grand jury. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And even prepare to allow for you to review when you go to trial. So
Yes.
you can make sure you get the facts. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And in those reports, you're taught that you need to make sure all the facts are in there. Is that correct?
All the facts. We don't remember everything, but as best we can.
And many times they're used in preparation, like today.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review your report?
Yes, sir.
In your report, I understand, you weren't there to search the exterior of the house. They had already done that, correct?
I believe so. Like you said, I wasn't there.
Now, when you got there, you said you were walking around and you saw some movement.
When they were trying to open the front door, fire was trying to open the front door, there was movement in the blinds.
Okay. Do you know what caused the movement?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. You had an opportunity to review your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that in your report?
No, sir.
It's not?
No, sir. It's on video.
It's on, pardon?
It's on video.
It's on the video
Yes, sir.
that shows the blinds moving?
That shows me reacting to.
So-
what I saw.
Okay, so which video? Is that from a body cam?
Yes, sir.
Whose body cam?
Officer Leslie's.
Okay. So that should be in Officer Leslie's report, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
The
It's
video-
not in your report.
Hold on, go ahead. Did you want to add something to your answer, sir?
Just because it's on video doesn't mean you hear it. So if you're focusing intently on something, and you're not going to pick up everything that's being said, even if it's clear. So I can't say for him that he was supposed to be in.
I understand it's a call as to whether it goes in the report. But reports are prepared for review to be a part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reports are prepared so that officers will have something to collaborate with once you're reviewing. You had to review the officers' reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now the reports have gone to the DA's office for the possibility of going to trial. They had it,
Yes, sir.
and they have to give defense a copy of that, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, and so it's very important that the facts are placed in the report. Now,
Hold on, is that a question? No, lawyers making statements are not evidence.
I'm not,
It's, ask the questions. The last statement was a statement. When, that's for argument time. And ladies and gentlemen, disregard the statements made by the attorneys. It's important. They ask questions, but it's not the question that's the evidence. It's the answer made by the witness under oath. The attorneys have not been placed under oath and are not there in the witness stand. And then they do opening statements, closing statements, but be careful about making statements that are not questions, because there was a statement there at the end that can be reserved for argument.
Yes, sir.
Ask
I'll
your
be
next
careful.
question, thank you.
Yes. So the fact that you saw the blinds move, you did not put that in your statement.
No, sir.
Once you entered the residence, did you see anything else moving?
No.
Okay, did you see any weapons?
I think I saw it, maybe in the window ledge on the deceased, or near the deceased. On that, I think it was possibly a butter knife type, but it was a knife.
Okay, so you saw a butter knife between his legs.
I think that may be the location. It was back in 2010.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report?
Yes, well, I can go back and further. Give me a second.
Okay, you don't know how do you know how that knife got there?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know why that knife was there?
No, sir.
Do you know who put the knife there?
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
Yeah. You list every single little detail in your report when you're on a scene?
No, sir. It would be too limited.
That'd be just page upon page if you noted.
Yeah, we would run out of computer space, I'm sure.
Were there also several other officers on scene when you were there?
Yes, sir.
Did they have body cams active when you were?
I understand, yes, sir.
Did you view Officer Leslie's body cam and just ensure that you were correct about everything that you stated on that day?
Yes, sir.
When for you with them marked and admitted. Thanks to exhibit number 13, Officer Leslie's body cam. Yes, forces.
The neighbor said they didn't have any pets.
Something moved.
Now, right there on the video, did you just say, is there a dog in there?
Yes, sir.
And when the other officer said that the neighbors expressed there was no animals in there, did you also say something just moved right there?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see move right there?
It was either the blinds or there was a curtain behind it that moved. I think there was like an open curtain or something. So, but in that, I think you'll see the gap in that corner. I saw something.
And so you saw some movement there. You have no idea what caused that movement.
No, sir.
That's what.
Anything else?
Few minutes ago, did you say you saw it, or you heard Leslie say he saw the curtain move?
You can play it back. I think I said I saw it. I'm not even mistaken.
Okay, you said that there, but didn't you just testify? Did you not just testify that you didn't see the curtain move?
Huh?
Did you say you?
I'm
did-
sorry. No, I think I testified that
No.
I did see the curtain.
No, here in court. Okay. That's fine. I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Is there anything anybody needs to clear up? Anybody?
Sorry, Kenner, did you just testify that you saw the curtains or blinds move? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what.
Was that while he was making the entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it could have been, if there was movement, it could have been from the entry of the house. Is that correct?
It could have been, yes, sir.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Can this man be excused?
Yes, sir.
You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Next witness, please.
Call Braylon Ardoin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll show you during the break. This is a screen that I'm watching. It's real-time court reporting. You can see as I'm speaking, court reporter is typing. I have Kim here types 350 words a minute. So I can listen and do the hundreds of things I have to do as a judge in juggling things that are happening behind the scenes that I have to sign and orders that need to be entered constantly during the day. But it's a great tool. And so I'm not in the internet watching. I am listening and also watching the testimony. It's a 1 second delay. It's amazing. It's a great tool for judges. And I'm glad we've implemented that. We didn't have it in the old days. And raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you were about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. And please have a seat. Thank you.
That microphone towards the mouth there. There you go. Can you state your name for the jury, please?
Braylon Ardoin.
Graylin, you work anywhere?
Yes,
Where do you work?
right, Scrubman.
How long have you worked there?
over 10 years.
You know somebody by the name of Naomi Johnson?
Yes, I do.
Did you know her by also Naomi Ardoin?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Naomi Johnson?
I was married to her
From when to when?
in 2016. Up to 2021 or 2020.
Okay, so at the time this event occurred, were you still married to Naomi Johnson?
Yes, sir.
So the Naomi Johnson we're talking about, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to her, describe something she's wearing?
She's sitting with a black top on and a little green shirt.
Record reflects he's identified the defendant.
We have two black tops now.
Oh, we got green shirt though, got green, they're green right there.
On the green, okay, to the left, the
Yes.
far left of the table. The record shall show that the witness has identified the defendant in this case.
So how did you meet Naomi?
We met years ago in apartment complex.
Just living in the same apartment complex?
No, we weren't living there. My sister was living there.
Okay. How long did y'all date before you got married?
Like 3 years.
Okay, so when did you get married? You said about 2000 what, 15 or 16?
2016.
2016. Okay, so y'all met about 2014 or so?
13.
13, all right. So you get married, and when did y'all split up?
Well, we was off and on around 2019.
Okay. When did Kelvin McMahon come into play into the relationship between you and Naomi?
I believe 2020.
Okay, this happened in June of 2020, so would it have been 6 months before, 9 months before, how long before?
I would say maybe 9 months.
Okay, so it'd been in probably 2019 sometime.
Yes.
Okay. How did you, or did you find out that Naomi and Kelvin were having some type of relationship while you were married?
Because she had received a phone call and I answered her phone. And he explained to me who he was and they had been talking.
After that little conversation, were the next couple of years of your life a little messed up?
Yes.
What was your relationship like with Naomi?
It was some good and bad.
Good and bad. What was the good?
The good was the beginning.
Always good at the beginning, isn't it? What was the bad?
I
Yeah.
didn't know.
I object to the relevance.
Yeah.
I'm getting there, Judge.
Oh,
This
okay.
is just the preliminary questions of their relationship kind of building up to what
Okay.
was going on.
Overruled at this time.
So let's talk about the relationship with Kelvin McMahon. When you found out about Kelvin, did you and Naomi split up then, or did you just continue to live together?
Your Honor, I object running questions, multiple questions.
There was only one question there. There were two, one was a statement, and then it was followed up with a question. When you found out about Kelvin, did you and Naomi split up then, or did you just continue to live together? That's a question. He can answer it. Overruled. Go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, let me ask you, when you found out about Kelvin, did you continue living with Naomi?
No, when I found out about him, I left for a day or two.
Okay, did you come back?
Yes.
And did you ever have a confrontation with Kelvin about Naomi?
Yes, I did.
Where did all this happen at? Where did the confrontation happen at?
It happened out at Booker Street.
Right there where the house is?
Yes.
At the house? Okay, let's talk about this. Who was living in that house? On 30, was it 3030 Booker?
30.
That's in Beaumont, right?
Correct.
All right, so who was living at the house?
Me and
Okay. Well, how did you come to have a confrontation with Kelvin McMahon at 3030 Booker Street?
the day that I found out and I left to cool off, and I come back the next day, he was there.
He was already there? Okay, was he living there or just over visiting at that time?
Visiting.
All right. What kind of confrontation did y'all have?
Or it was a verbal confrontation that told him to leave.
And did he leave?
No,
What happened?
but they called the laws.
Okay. So who called the law?
I don't know, it was outside, him and Naomi was outside.
Okay,
I don't know if they went to the neighbors. And I
Okay.
told him he had to leave.
all right. So you didn't call the law,
No,
but the law showed up.
yes.
And what happened when they showed up?
Well, when they showed up, Naomi and Kevin said that I had assaulted her,
And what happened to you?
and they took me to jail.
Okay, so you got arrested for assaulting them,
No, assaulting her.
assaulting her. Okay, so she told the police that you had assaulted her.
Correct.
Okay. Had she called the police on you before? For assaulting her?
No,
Okay. Had she reported anything to the police besides your assaulting her that you had done that you didn't do?
not to my knowledge, just only the assault from the day I had went to jail.
Okay. Now, the police questioned you about another incident, right?
Your
That she
Honor,
accused you of? Is
leading,
that right?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
leading,
Okay. It is leading, it's sustained, it suggests the answer, especially when the last word of the question is right.
Did the police question you about another incident?
that's correct.
And what kind of incident was that?
It said sexual assault.
And who was the accuser of that?
Naomi.
So you had that confrontation. Did you stay at the house after you got out of jail, or did you move on?
No, when I got out, I returned back home.
Who was living at the house when you returned back home?
No one but me and her.
Just you two, you and Naomi. And
Hold
how
on.
long did you stay at
Sir,
the house?
if you'd be so kind, you're nodding on some of the answers or shaking your head. You have to speak out so that the record can reflect the spoken word.
Yes.
Thank you for working with us on that, sir. If you'd be so kind, can you turn that mic toward your voice a little bit? There you go.
All right.
There, thank you, sir. Go ahead.
So when you got back, you said you moved back in the house.
Yes,
How long did you stay at the house that time?
maybe a few months.
Okay, and like by a few, how many do you mean?
4 or 5 months. You know.
Okay. Now during that time, was it just you and Naomi living at the house?
Yes,
Was there any sign of Kelvin Megan involved in it?
yes.
What were the signs that you had there? Was he coming around calling? What was going on?
No, she would leave and meet him or pick him up,
How did you know that?
because when I wake up in the middle of the night, she's not at home. And she wouldn't return until the next day.
So when did you decide to leave?
I got tired of it.
Okay, so after a few months, you got tired and moved out.
Yes,
Did anyone move in with Naomi?
not that I know of.
Okay. Well, did you see Kelvin over at Naomi's house?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when would you see him over there?
When I would visit the neighbors sometimes,
Okay, what neighbor are we talking about?
I called.
Jacoby? Is that Jacoby more or less across the street?
Yes,
And were you good friends with him?
yes,
So when you would visit, would you see somebody besides Naomi over their house?
yes,
And who was that be?
Calvin.
Okay. And Kelvin, would you two ever speak when you were over there?
No,
How often would you go over there and visit and see Kelvin over there?
no, I never visited Calvin.
No, I'm talking about visiting Jacoby.
Oh, like every other weekend I would stop by.
Now, were you staying in touch with Naomi?
Yes,
How are you staying in touch with her?
cell phone.
Just talking on the phone? Would you meet her?
Yes,
When would you meet her?
time we'll meet at HEB or at the loan company.
Okay. You talking about just casual meetings, or are y'all set up a time to meet each other there?
Well, we set up a time because I had ordered some money.
So you were paying her back the money.
Yes,
How often would you pay her back the money?
when I get paid,
How often did you get paid?
once a week.
Once a week. So every week you met her. And she's still with Kelvin.
Yes,
So now has she ever come over to you and talked to you about Kelvin doing something to her?
Yes, she had.
Okay, and in those communications, did she ever talk to you on the phone and tell you she was tired of living with Kelvin? She was tired of it. She just didn't want to be with him.
Not in that way.
Well, how would she say it?
Would ask me to come back into the.
Okay, so was there a pattern to where she would be with Kelvin for a while, and whenever she would get rid of Kelvin, she would have you come back in the house for a while?
Yes,
And then when she got tired of you, she'd have you move out and have Kelvin move back in.
yes.
How often would that happen?
It's off and on for a while. So I got fed up with it.
Okay, so you decided after a while, you're just not doing that flip flopping back in.
Yes,
Now that day that this incident occurred, this murder occurred, did you get a phone call from someone telling you there was something going on at the house?
yes.
Who told you that?
She called me.
Your friend that you visited.
Yes.
When you got that phone call, what did you do?
I asked him what was going on. He just said there was a bunch of laws around the house or something.
And did you show up?
Yes,
Now, you didn't witness anything that happened during the time that day, did you?
no,
But you got to see what was going on outside the house with the police and everything.
yes.
Now, prior to that, let me ask you this, your relationship, was Naomi on any kind of medication?
She had a lot of medication around her. She was actually taking it.
Okay, what about her demeanor, her mood? What kind of mood was she in all the time?
Well, her moods was off and on.
Off and on, what do you mean off and on?
Well, she not drinking and she calm and relaxed. But when she indulging, she's moody,
What do you mean when she's
kind of
indulgent?
feisty.
When
Yeah.
she's not drinking, she's nice, but when she drinks, she's moody?
Yeah,
Okay. How often did she drink?
just raining mostly on the weekends.
Okay. Did she drink to where she got intoxicated?
Yes,
And when she got intoxicated, did she become moody?
yes.
Now, moody, what do you mean by moody?
Agitated. Could be confrontational sometimes.
Okay. Had you ever seen her be violent when she's intoxicated? Like hit, push, kick, anything like that?
Yes,
Okay. Has it ever happened to you that she hit, kicked, or pushed, or did anything while she was
well, she
intoxicated?
pulled me out the car.
Your marriage to her ended because of the flip-flopping back and forth.
Yes,
Did you and Kelvin ever have words about the flip-flopping back and forth?
no,
Never talked about it. Okay, I'll pass with you.
Did you make a statement to the police that day?
yes,
Everything you stated in the video, is that true and correct?
yes.
Ask the witness.
Nothing further.
Is this man excused?
Please do.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next, please.
James Wortham.
And raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please have a seat there. Thank you.
State your name for the record, please.
James,
Mr. Wortham, where do you work?
I work at Excellent Logistics.
Okay, how long you work there?
Well, now 2 years.
Did you ever live over next door to, Naomi Johnson and a gentleman, I think you knew as Big Baby?
Yes.
How long did you live over there?
Lived there a year.
Okay. What address was that?
Mine was,
Is it 3010?
3010.
3010 Booker Street? Was that in Beaumont, Texas?
Yes.
And Jefferson County, Texas? Now, on June 30th of 2020, when all this stuff occurred, did you have a need to go next door?
Yeah, I went to borrow to the Jack. I was to work on my car, couldn't find one.
Okay. Can you scoot a little closer to the microphone? Your voice sometimes gets a little soft. Thank you, sir. So you went to borrow a jack?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the gentleman next door well enough to go over, knock on the door, borrow something from him?
Yes, because we neighbors, and when we come home by the same time every day from work. We'll drink us a beer every night and talk a little bit.
Okay. Did you know the lady that lived in the house?
I only knew of her, I didn't know her, I didn't know her that kind of thing.
Okay. Did she come over to your house sometimes?
No.
Okay. When you told the police, sometimes she'd come sit in your.
One time she came and sat on the porch, and
Notice-
he came out, and he was holding his arm, and he was telling her to come back in, and she went back in, and that was it.
Okay, so when you told the police that she came over to kind of get away from the situation next door, and then he came in, it was just that one time?
Yes.
All right, so that time, let's talk about that real quick, while you're mentioning it. How did you know she was on your front porch?
Got cameras.
You saw her sitting out there?
Yes.
Did you watch it and go outside and see what was going
Yes.
on?
I went outside, and she
And-
grabbed my wife's phone to call somebody, but I don't know what happened with that.
All right, did anybody ever come pick her up? She go back in the house? Said yes?
Yes.
You said he came out holding his arm,
Yes.
and was he being mean or yelling and screaming at her?
No, he was just saying, come back in,
Okay,
come back in.
what did she do after he said that?
She was just looking at him for a little while. She got up and back in the house.
Did they appear to be intoxicated? So they went back in, nothing else happened? No police showed up? All right. So on June 30th of 2020, when you went to go borrow a jack, was there something that you saw that caused you some concern?
Yes, when
What
I
did-
walked, I looked down, there was blood with some shoeless footprints in it.
Okay, it's like bare feet walking in blood? And did it appear to be fresh or dried?
It was dry.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes.
Anybody answer?
No.
Did you try calling anybody in the house?
I called him,
When you call him, whose phone are you calling?
his phone,
Who usually answers?
he does.
When you call, you said, I think you told the police that when you call her phone, she answers all the time.
No, I never called him.
Okay,
I don't even know the number.
but you called his.
Yes.
What did you know him as? What did you know his name was?
That's
Big
what,
Baby?
I still got his number, my phone is Big Baby.
Okay. You didn't know him as anything else?
Mm-mm.
Ever know why they call him Big Baby?
No,
So did you hear them argue a lot next door?
no. I never heard nothing over there. Too much.
When was the last time you saw him alive?
Probably the day before, I'm guessing.
Well, this happened on a Tuesday. You told the police at the scene, did you remember telling them that you saw him mowing his grass Saturday?
Yeah,
Okay, so it would have been more than a day before.
yeah.
Was, on that Saturday, when he was mowing the grass, did he appear to be okay?
Yeah, he was fine.
Alright, just mowed the grass and
Mhm.
went on back inside? Did he seem like when he was over there, had he been living there for a while he was mowing the grass?
He was in and out. He would be there a week or two, and then he might disappear for a little while. Like in and out.
Okay, so it's kinda, he'd be there, then you wouldn't see him for a while.
Mhm. Yes.
Whose cars were all those parked in the front?
From my understanding, the lady that stayed there.
Okay.
I thought they were his, but I learned later on that they were hers.
Okay, so there's like 4 or 5 cars out there. Were they always parked out there?
Mhm.
Did they drive them?
Yeah, he drove, what did he drive? I mostly saw her car going all the time, it was a Lexus.
Okay,
And I think he was driving, let me remember, a BMW, maybe?
okay.
Cause I think he was supposed to have the Cadillac and the BMW, but I never saw the Cadillac, moving, just the BMW. Lexus.
So when you saw that blood on the floor, on the ground, that was kind of shocking, wasn't it?
Yes,
It wasn't anything you would expect.
No.
So did you call 911?
yes.
Did, let me show you, State's Exhibit 127, did my investigator let you listen to that just a minute ago?
Yes,
Is this 911 call the 911 call you made on June 30th, 2020?
yes.
Interstate's 127.
No, Jay.
And then-
Judge, I will tell the court that with, honestly, there are some photos on here that I just noticed around here, but I'll take those off before it goes before the jury. I'm just gonna play the 911 call, okay? So I'll replace that and make it on the record we did it. Permission to publish?
Granted.
Call 911, where's your emergency?
Hey, I got neighbors, and I usually see them every day, and I went next door to talk to them, and there's bloody footprints on the front porch.
You said there's bloody footprints on her porch?
And I knocked on the door.
What's the address?
I live at 3010, so it's next door to me, I don't see a house.
Okay, 3010, what was the street name?
Booker,
Booker?
right next door to me.
If I'm facing your home, is it to the left or right?
It's to the, left.
The home to the left of 3010?
Yeah, I'm on the corner, and they right next door to me.
Okay, hold on one moment.
All right.
I'm sorry about this. If you're on the corner, it's the one to the left of you?
Yeah. Well, if I'm facing Booker, it's on the right. If I'm in front of my house,
If I'm facing your door, like I'm getting ready to knock on your door, it's to the left or right?
to the left.
Left, okay.
Mhm.
And you said you went to go check on them?
Yeah, because I needed a jacket. I was left on my car. I was on out to pick up a jacket. And I saw the bloody footprint and I beat on the door a little bit.
You talking about a car jack?
Yeah, car jacket. And then get an answer.
And you said no one answered the door?
And I called it a few times, no one answered.
You said bloody footprints?
Yeah. And we were there with it like, yeah, right in front of the door. I don't know what back over there.
And you said you called and there was also no answer?
No answer.
How many times you called?
I called twice.
No answer, okay. And what's your name?
James Worthing.
Say it again, I'm sorry?
James Worthing. I'm right here on the porch.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's 30, 30.
30, okay, Mr. James, what's your phone number?
409-853-9760.
5760?
409-853-9760.
9760?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't hear anything or see anything else going on?
I don't see nothing. Everything closed up. I didn't touch the door that I just knocked on.
Okay, it's gonna be 30, you said?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll put a call once it's going out there. All right, so thank you, man.
Police showed up.
Yes.
You never did see anything else as far as anything happening at the house that day. All you saw was with the blood footprint.
Commotion, everything outside.
Thank you. I'll pass witness Jefferson.
Good morning, Mr. Worthing. Good morning. You know how important your testimony is, correct? Yes. You talked to an officer on the scene? Yes. Was that Officer Leslie? I don't remember her name. Was it a he or she? A she. Do you recall talking to a, Officer J. Leslie, a male? I don't remember, I just remember talking to officers, I don't know no names. Okay. If someone were to say you told them, well, no, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Second paragraph, line
Judge, that's not his report. That's not to refresh his memory. That's the officer's report. Object.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Leslie that did you tell Officer Leslie that they argued several occasions where the female was attempting to lead the male? I don't remember that. Did you tell the officer that you saw him pull her back into the house? No, I don't remember that either. Did you tell them that several times the female would come sit under your carport to get away from him? That time when she sat on the phone. Did you tell them it was several times or one time? One time. If the report says, if the officer said several times, he being correct? I don't remember saying it. Could you have said it? I don't know. Okay. What's going on? Everybody asking me questions. So you don't recall several occasions where she would come to your house? She came to my house. And one time he pulled her back? No, he didn't pull her back. He stayed in the yard and he called her back. So you've never seen Kelvin, big baby, pull her back into the house? I never seen him touch her at all. So if an officer said you told him that, that would be a lie? I don't remember by telling him that. Could you have told him that? I don't remember.
Let's just play it, okay? All right, so I'm gonna play Station Exhibit 13.
And again, to refresh the jury's memory, what states Exhibit 13.
This is Officer Jacob Leslie's body cam.
And you said you last saw them about 2 days ago?
Is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Saturday?
Like, I asked him what day was he over the other was Saturday.
About what time was that?
About
12.
fair on the yard, he's feeling like somewhere around here.
So does he have medical issues or anything? Not that you know. Are they known to be combative with each other or anything? They fight a lot? Okay.
They come over here and sell my books like that. She will or he will? She will. She will? Okay, so is it primarily him aggressor towards her or her aggressor? He tried to get both of them. They not arguing, she tried to get both of them. Okay. I'm trying to get them back. I mean, he tried to get her back. Okay. Come on in the house. He's not being like, get your ass in there. Okay. But they do argue a lot, you said? Okay. Alright. What about her? Do you know anything about her? Any, does he?
Okay, so at that point, you said they do argue a lot. They did argue, right?
I said,
But you said when he would come get her in, did you ever say he was dragging her back in? What did you just say that he was to her? Was he nice?
yeah, he wasn't cussing and he wasn't arguing, he wasn't angry.
It was just, come on, baby, come back in the house.
On these.
Okay. So at no time did you ever tell the officer that he grabbed her by and tried to drag her back in the house?
I don't remember saying.
Is,
Me and him would sit out here and drink a beer, you know, we talk about.
do you know her name?
Like,
She a black female, black female, black female?
said, black female, that was her on that voicemail,
Okay,
that was her voice.
and, is he black now? You said about 50? About how old is she?
They may be around the same age.
Okay. What we're doing right now is we got a fire department and might have to do forced entry because of what we have is, we need to go in there and make sure that they're okay. Okay, you're saying there's not any cars missing, there's blood on the door, you know, we need to go make sure they're okay. They don't need medical attention, or if they're, at worst case, they're deceased. Okay, so,
If you go in our college, we have, I'm gonna have a position, y'all still alive, and I gotta be with your baby, we know, take them to my baby, go on, and I don't know about 2 7 houses. It's not like they're not seeing it, you know, we're not even going to work. Because, one of our streets, I don't have it, I took the lead.
okay.
And I used to see it, local, come in about 5 o'clock.
Did it work anywhere in that?
She worked, we can talk out of this.
He does like self-employed construction?
Yeah, for somebody else.
Okay.
Let me see there. I see the search you had on, I can't remember the name of that search. But I thought she was into like home health or something, and I saw somebody took me, I can't remember the name.
Okay. All right. Well, if we need anything from you, are you gonna be here for what? Okay.
So nowhere during that conversation did you ever say he was violent towards her? Okay, I'll pass it.
You did talk to more than one officer, right? But you did not tell Officer Leslie that it was several occasions? Did you say it was several?
I saw, I said it on there, but I don't remember saying it, but I said it on there.
Okay. And you said he would pull her back to the residence, but not forcefully.
I never said that. I don't remember saying that either. We never touched it in front of me.
So if the officer put that in his report, that would be a lie.
That's what he put in the report.
Okay. Ask the witness, Sean.
You just heard it, did you hear you say pull her back in?
Yes.
Did you say pull her back in?
Yeah, that's what he said, pull it back in.
No, not what he said, what you said on the video.
Yeah, he didn't physically touch it at all.
He just said what?
Come on.
So he did not grab her and forcefully pull her back. Okay, I'll pass it.
Anything else?
Wait, question. Did you talk to Officer Leslie more than one time?
I don't remember. I talked to him, I talked to the detective, I talked to so many, I don't know. I have no idea.
You don't remember if you talked to a particular officer more than once?
No.
Okay. Ask the witness.
Nothing for this.
Can this man be excused?
Please do.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, about a little 5-10 minute break. And then report back outside. Everyone else remains seated while the jury and the witness leave first. Thank you. And the record just showed the jury is seated in the courtroom finally. And when the music stops, whoever's standing is. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed. The state may call your next witness, please.
Call Hattie Jackson.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please have a seat. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Hattie Jackson.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
We're
Let's
gonna-
get you a little
She
bit
has a
closer.
soft voice.
Just a little closer. You're good. All right, there you go. Let's try that. Now,
Hattie Jackson.
Thank you.
make you feel like a rock star with your mouth. Ms. Jackson, you live in Beaumont?
Yes,
Where do you live at?
2375 Victoria Street,
How long have you lived there?
over 30 years.
You have any children?
Yeah,
How many children you have?
I have 2 living,
Okay, who are they?
Spencer Jackson and Janice Robertson.
And you said, do you have any that are deceased?
Yeah.
Who's it?
Kelvin McMahon.
Okay. Is Kelvin McMahon the same Kelvin McMahon that was deceased from June 30th, 2020?
Yes,
How old was Kelvin when he died?
49.
Do you know where he was living when he died?
I think the next street is Booker,
Booker Street?
yeah,
Who was he living with?
Naomi.
Let's talk about a little bit about their relationship. When did you first know that Kelvin was having a relationship with Naomi?
I can't be,
Well, let's just do it this way. He died in June, so how long before that have you known that they'd been together?
January,
About January, so you'd known about 6 months?
yeah, longer than that, but just.
Okay. So it could have been into 2019? What was their relationship like?
On and off.
Okay, so wasn't any in between, was there?
Not to me.
Okay, so it was either good or it was really bad. So when you say was good, let's talk about the good. What would the good be?
He was working when she was working. He'd get off from work, stop, get a bill, go home, say he's gonna cook. And sometimes he would come and ask me to pick Naomi up if she needed a ride.
Okay, just normal stuff.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. Let's be a little bit specific. Did you ever notice any type of violence between Kelvin and Naomi?
wouldn't say violence, but disagreements.
Okay. So when we're talking disagreements, we're talking disagreements? You never saw either one of them be violent towards the other?
Not violent.
Okay. What about assaultive, like hitting or pushing or?
I've seen pushing,
Okay. Who did you see push who?
sometime her, sometime me.
Okay. Back and forth?
Yeah,
Did you ever know Kelvin to drink in excess?
yeah,
Okay. What about Naomi?
yes,
Had you ever seen both of them intoxicated together?
yes.
Have you ever seen, what is Kelvin like when he's intoxicated?
Try to be joking, make jokes and stumbling and you just sit down and go to sleep.
Okay. What about Naomi when you've seen her intoxicated? What is she like?
Loud. And, want attention.
So had she did she used to have something she used to like to drink out of?
Mhm.
What was that?
I think you call it a flask.
Was it one of those flat things of
Yeah,
silver?
Yeah, keep it in
person.
Yeah. How often would you see her with that?
I've seen them several times, cause I wasn't around them.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, would Kelvin ever move in with Naomi and live with her for a little while?
Yeah,
How long would that last?
sometime months, sometime weeks, it's just on and off,
So where would he go whenever he would leave Naomi?
you know.
And when he came to your house, and would he just kind of, would he ever be injured or anything, saying anything had happened?
No,
So when he got home, did he just go on about his life, or would Naomi just leave him alone?
no,
What would she do?
call. Drive by and go. Call,
So how many times, I mean, would she just keep calling?
yeah, until he answer the phone, if he didn't answer the phone, she keep calling,
Okay, and you said drive by the house
yeah,
and blow the horn?
yeah,
How many times would she do that?
all the pen,
Depending on how long he stayed there?
yeah.
Would she ever come to the house? Like your house and knock on the door?
She come to the house and, she came in one time and, but she couldn't find him, she sat down and used her phone and turned out her little things. It was a Sunday morning and, she couldn't find him, so she came to the house. Came in and sat down.
But when he would move in with y'all, she would keep at it until he would come back.
Yeah.
Was that every time that he moved? I'm sorry. I didn't-
She'd come and pick him up every time.
So would she do this every time that he'd leave and come to your house?
Yeah, if he was gone for, in the nick of time.
Would you consider their relationship a good relationship or a toxic relationship? Whenever you got a call that something had happened, how did you find out?
The very last time that something happened, my son called me.
No, I'm talking about on June 30th.
My son called me.
Oh, son,
Somebody-
Spencer
Yeah,
called. Okay.
Spencer called me, somebody told him that he needed.
Yep. You're around, Jack, you're saying.
Your response?
This is just to say what she did next. It's not to put the truth in the matter asserted to it.
Okay, for that purpose only, the court is going to overrule the objection.
What did he say?
He said someone had called and told me to get down to that yellow ribbon around where they were staying,
Right.
something must have happened.
So they had the crime scene taped out somehow. And did you go over there?
I didn't at first, I was just waiting for him to call and let me know, approximately what was going on, then I couldn't handle waiting, and yeah, I went,
Yeah. And did someone finally tell you what happened to your son?
yeah, policeman came out and told me.
Okay. Your son, when was the last time you spoke to him before he died?
I think it was that Friday, he came to the house, to borrow $200 to pay toward the rent. And, he got it and he stood on the porch, he looked back at me and told me, Mama, I love you. I told him I love him. That was the last time I saw him.
So you never saw him on that next day when he was mowing the grass or anything?
No,
Okay. How often would y'all talk?
every day,
So the last time you heard from him was that Friday?
yes,
Didn't hear from him Saturday,
no,
Sunday,
no,
Monday,
no,
and then Tuesday you found out, right?
yes.
What kind of hole has left because he's gone in your family?
It's the emptiness that I have that I could never be refilled. He was my firstborn. He was a twin. I lost his twin. And I lost him. And it's just, it's an emptiness within me. I can't describe it. I'm just empty. It's just, our family's not the same anymore.
Let me ask you, and I know the defense attorney's gonna ask you, did you know that he was on probation at the time that he died?
No,
Okay. Do you know he's on probation for assaulting them?
no,
Had he, when you say he'd come back over, he'd come back to the house, when was the last time he came back to the house and she kept trying to get him to come back over before he died?
I really can't remember that.
Okay.
It hadn't been a long time, but I
Okay.
can't, I can't pinpoint.
Well, it's just, was it within weeks or months?
I think it was in, I want to say maybe, I'm not sure.
Okay, but just,
I'm
it
not
wasn't 2 years
sure.
or,
Oh, no.
okay. So she was talking him, come back, come back, come back.
You're confident?
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll pass with you.
I pass. Is this lady excused?
Please, Judge.
You are excused, ma'am. Thank you. Next, please.
Call Spencer Jackson.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. And please have a seat.
State your name for the record.
Spencer Jackson.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, we can, for some reason that microphone was not as loud as I thought it used to be.
Spencer Jackson.
Okay, do you know a person by the name of Naomi Johnson?
I just know his name.
Okay, do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to her, describe something she's wearing?
She got on black with like a cream top.
Thank you. Record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Yes, it will.
You also know somebody, or did you know somebody by the name of Kelvin McMahon?
Yes, sir.
Who was he to you?
That's my oldest brother.
Y'all hanging together growing up?
Just,
Was he a good big brother?
he was all right.
He's all right.
We had our brother issues.
Of course, everybody does, doesn't they? How many other brothers, sisters do you have?
I got one more brother and two more sisters.
How do you get along with them?
I get along, well, I get along with my sisters pretty good. Other brother, we,
Brother issues, huh? Okay. Well, let's talk about, the relationship. Did you ever see a relationship between Naomi and your brother Kelvin?
yes, sir.
How often would you see them together?
Pretty often, because my brother would come get me pretty often to come fix their TV.
Come fix their TV,
Yeah, he always messed up the cable.
so you had to go fix it.
Yeah, I wrote instructions down, but he didn't follow.
So you were over there, how often would you say? Weekly, couple of weeks?
Maybe, at first it was like every week at first.
Okay. So you got to see the two of them together a lot.
It was
What was their relationship like?
pretty toxic.
Like toxic, what do you mean?
I don't think he was good for her, I don't think she was good for him.
Did you ever notice them to drink a lot?
Yeah,
Both of them or just one? Both of them. Okay. What were they like when they drank?
my brother was kind of joking. And laughed a lot, try to be funny.
What about Naomi?
I seen him maybe once or twice, get kind of angry, but I never really seen it just get violent or anything like that.
Did they argue a lot?
Only when they drink.
Only when they drank? Okay, so when they drank, they argued. When they argued, did it get physical sometimes?
No, I never got physical, just verbal.
Okay. What about threats? Did any one of them either threaten the other one?
I heard her threaten my brother.
How did she threaten him?
She told him she pointed at me, told him, I don't mind killing you.
Did she seem serious when she said it?
My opinion, yes.
Did y'all try to talk him out, Kelvin, out of staying in that relationship?
Yes, sir.
How many times did you try to talk him out of it?
A bunch of times. I even went to his house and talked to him.
Did you notice her, were you staying at your mom's or were you living in a different place?
No, I stayed with my mom.
Okay. Did you notice whenever he would leave and come back home, what would Naomi do?
She would call him and come over, convince him that, it was like whenever she put him out, or she'd come back and date him, come back, or tell him to come on. Or wherever he was at, she'd come back and find where he was at and tell him to come on back. And I was trying to tell him, this is what you really want.
Would he ever say anything?
He just told him to stay out of it, little brother.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him alive?
That Saturday before I found out he did.
Okay. Was he mowing grass?
No, he was at one of his friend's house.
Okay. Where was that at?
On Robert Street.
About what time?
Maybe about 10, something like that, 10 or 11.
At night?
9 in the morning.
Oh, in the morning, okay. So after that, did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you talk to him daily on the phone or anything?
We talked maybe every other day.
So from the time that you said Saturday morning when you saw him, did you hear from him
I
again?
hadn't talked to him again.
Never heard from him on the
No,
phone?
sir.
Did you try to call him?
I can't remember if I did or not.
Okay.
I think I tried to call him when they asked me had I talked to him, and I tried to call him on the phone.
Okay, that was after he was dead.
Yes, sir.
What kind of holes he left being gone out of your family?
Just having a guy to argue with, or well, me personally, just listen, just period, just being around him and just doing joke. Just like a whole, it's not the same.
Now, did he or Naomi have any kids that you know of?
He had one son.
Okay, how old is he?
I believe he almost 30, but he's locked up.
Okay. So no other family besides y'all?
No, sir.
So whenever we say when he would leave somewhere, he would always come to y'all?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass with you. Pass.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you. Next, please. All right, before we break, Ms. Johnson, you're gonna get one warning. One warning. This shock looked like this when the witness made a statement. I'm watching you. I can see everybody. Don't try to influence the jury by either saying something or making facial expressions in response to the testimony. You'll have a chance to testify if you wish. Next time, I will have to call you out in front of the jury, and I can guarantee you that does not help you. All right, we are in recess. Judge, show that the jury is seated in the courtroom and the state may call your next witness.
Judge, just briefly need to recall Spencer Jackson.
Go ahead. And the record shall show as the court recognizes Spencer Jackson, the last witness testifying. Mr. Jackson, you are still under oath, sir.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Jackson, you said your deceased brother's name was Kelvin McMahon, is that
Yes.
correct? And it's the same Kelvin McMahon we've been talking about that was deceased on June 30th of 2020, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's marked as the State's Exhibit 128. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Killed the witness, man, my brother.
Tender States 128.
No objection, no.
It is admitted.
With that, I'll pass witness judge.
Do you want to publish that now or later?
I'm
Or
gonna post it later.
Okay.
I'll talk to you.
Anything else?
No objection.
Can this man be excused again?
Yes, sir.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Detective Mindy Erickson.
No, we wouldn't have to invoke the rule.
I thought you did.
I
Never
thought-
have.
You never
I
have?
wanted to make sure.
Never did.
I didn't get so.
Oh, I need to step out. No, you're out, you're out. No, I'll go ahead and take it up here.
Hold on for just a second. The rule has been invoked, and it's the rule of sequestration of witnesses is actually what is called. And it is in Texas law, and it provides, please stand by, just a second, thank you. It provides that either party can invoke the rule. What that means is that witnesses must stay outside and remain outside while other witnesses testify here. And also, witnesses are not allowed to collude or discuss their testimony with other witnesses. They can discuss their testimony with the attorneys, but not with other witnesses. And there are sanctions if it occurs after the rule has been invoked and ordered by the court. And the courts always allow the rule to be applied if one or the other or both parties assert the rule. That's been done in this case. It can be done at any time. And the rule applies to all parties and all parties' witnesses. Okay, you're calling your next witness, who is,
Detective Mindy Erickson.
come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And please have a seat.
State your name for the record, please. And we also know back in 2020 as what?
Many years.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work for the Beaumont Police Department. I am a detective in the family violence.
How long have you worked in the family violence unit?
I have been a patrol officer, well, I've been a sworn officer for 17 years. I've been in CID for 9, and family violence 7 or 8 of them.
Okay. So back on June 30th of 2020, were you with the family violence committee?
Oh,
And when you say CID, is that the criminal investigation division?
yes,
Sometimes we use terminology people don't understand, sometimes they do.
and we don't realize when we use it.
Yes. So what was the purpose? Did you get called to an address on 3030 Booker Street in Beaumont?
Yes, sir, I was notified by my sergeant that there was a homicide that had occurred at that location in City of Mount.
Okay, at the time, were you investigating homicides?
In family violence, we investigate any kind of crime that involves violence against the family. It can be an assault, it can be a homicide, it can be harassment, stalking, anything like that.
Now, by family, we don't mean people that are just married or actually are related to one another, do we?
Correct. It can be family members, but it's also people that you dated or divorced from, situations like that.
Okay, people that you live with.
Correct, roommates.
So you got a call to come out to 3030 Booker Street. Do you remember about what time you got called out?
I know I made the scene around 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, so was it getting close to being dark, or was it dark?
It was dark when I,
Did you kind of walk around, look at the scene?
yes.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I have permission to publish State Exhibit 14, which is the video of the crime scene that we didn't publish yesterday.
No objection.
Admitted.
It's already admitted, I just want to publish it.
It's once submitted again.
Accepted.
Front down,
Thank you.
front down all the way, because it's not. Looking at this house, is this the house we're talking about?
That's correct.
Detective, just kind of clarify, all those little yellow cones and markers that we see all throughout the video, did you or the officers put those down? Who puts those down?
Those are put down by the ID tech.
Okay. Do they put down everything that, they marked everything that they collected or looked at that they thought was pertinent to the investigation?
Correct.
They
All
do.
points of interest.
And do they also sometimes look at stuff that y'all point out, if you want to make sure they have a photograph of that or something collected? Now, you were not the lead detective on this case, were you not?
No,
Lead detective has retired.
yes, sir.
So you stepped up today, but you did participate in the investigation. When you got to this house and you walked through at 3030 Booker Street, does this video accurately reflect what you saw when you went in there?
Yes, sir.
Now you got there after they'd already taken the defendant away, is that correct?
Yes,
So you actually got, what we saw is what you saw.
right.
Was there anything as far as evidence of a struggle somewhere in the house?
No.
Was there blood somewhere in the house?
Did you say blood?
Yes.
Yes,
Where was the blood mostly located?
at the, right on the inside of the house at the front door.
Now, there was blood, kind of a little bit of here and there sprinkled throughout the house, was there not?
Yes,
And looking at it, could you determine where the actual stabbing occurred?
it appeared from where the blood, was contained, would have been near the front door. The small particles you're seeing through the house appear to be transferred from sticking to someone's foot and being brought through the house.
Okay. So when you look at the struggle seems to have occurred, or at least the main stabbing occurred, their stabbing occurred right there at the front door.
Correct.
And was the blood fresh or was it dry?
It was dried, very much to the point that you could see where more blood was. It was darker, but it was cracked and flaking and rubbing off of the floor.
What does that tell you?
It's been there for quite a while.
Was there a smell in the house? Do you remember a
Yes.
smell? What did it smell like in that house?
It smelled like rotting meat or rotting flesh.
Okay. Now, there was some stuff in the sink. There was some chicken in it that was rotting, right?
Correct.
But have you been to crime scenes where there's been a dead body?
Yes,
Is that what it smelled like when you walked in that house?
yes,
It smelled like it had been dead for a while?
yes, sir.
Okay. So looking at him, what type of injuries did you see on him?
Only one, puncture wound to the lower right abdomen.
Okay. Did it look like it was caused by something like a sharp instrument, like a knife?
Correct.
Now you notice there was a knife laying between his legs, am I correct?
Yes,
And it looked like a butter knife, is that right?
yes,
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 142. Does that look like that knife? Its contents.
yes.
Now let me ask you that, State's Exhibit 142, have you been involved in homicides where knives or injuries from knives have occurred?
Yes.
And looking at this one, could this be used as a deadly weapon?
That is not the deadly weapon.
I'm not saying in this instance, could this be used as a deadly weapon? Okay, in its manner and use of, or intended use, it could cause serious bodily injury or death, could it not? Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 141, you recognize what this knife was?
Yes,
What knife is that?
that knife was part of a set of 3. It came out of a packaging. When I got there, it was actually on the coffee table in the center of the living area, but I was told by responding officers that it was actually on the bed with me.
Okay. Now looking at that knife also, could that be used as a deadly weapon?
Absolutely,
And is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
yes,
And does it appear that to your belief that this was a potential murder weapon?
possible.
Okay. Now looking at where the decedent was laying, where Kelvin Maine was laying, did it appear that's where he died?
No,
What led you to believe he died somewhere else?
When you look at the body, especially study the blood on his body, you can see that the blood was already dry. And he was not in that position when the blood got there. If he was, it would have been coming off the sides of his legs, it would have been on the carpet there. That's not where the blood was. So he wouldn't have died there. He lost too much blood to have died there. Also, the way his body was laying, it was unnatural. His left arm was curled up behind his back. It's unnatural for it to be there.
So did it look like he had been drugged from somewhere?
It appeared that he had been moved.
Was there some powdery substance on his side that kind of led you to believe that he was drugged somewhere?
And on that powder, you could actually see it had been pulled down, like on the side of the shorts. You could see that it had been moved.
So looking where the blood was and where his body was, where do you think he died?
Near the front door.
And is your opinion that he was drugged around to that location around the side
Yes, sir.
in the hallway? There was some substances that the defendant was to have drank before the police got there, poisoned.
Correct.
Did you see those anywhere in that video?
Yes,
Where were they located?
in the bedroom.
Okay. What was up there?
There was peak antifreeze, there was rubbing alcohol. There was a glass of Fanta that something could have possibly been mixed with. There was a lot of prescription medications as well.
Was there a hair clog remover, drain kind of thing? Okay. And to your knowledge, did she indicate that she drank some of that?
That's what was told to myself.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson didn't speak with me.
Now, there was also a note left, is that right?
Yes,
And did the note kind of admit that she did this and why she did it?
yes,
And what did she say she did it for?
because she was being beaten.
Now, did you actually get to see any photographs or anything of the defendant or any of her injuries?
I've seen photos.
Okay. Well, let's look. Tell me. Looking at State's Exhibit 2, do you see what looks like an injury up on her cheek?
Yes,
And does that look like a bruise?
correct.
Okay. Does it look like a severe bruise? What would you call that in your
It
experience?
looks like she probably had a black eye.
Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit 3, is that a better look at it?
Yes,
Okay. So is that what you call a black eye?
yes.
All right. Now, is there any swelling or anything that you see?
There appears to be swelling.
Look at State's Exhibit 4. This is supposed to be this is her neck.
Yes,
What does that look like to you?
that appears to be self-inflicted scratching, cutting with either a knife or some instrument.
Okay. State's Exhibit 5, it's a little bit farther away from it. Let's look at 6. Looking at State's Exhibit 6 and her entire body, do you see any life-threatening injuries that you can tell just by looking at?
No.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 7, this is her left thigh. What does this appear to be right up here?
That's a bruise.
Okay. Does that look to be life-threatening?
No.
State's Exhibit 8, is that just a closer view of that?
Yes, sir. Appears to be.
Looking at State's Exhibit 9, what does this look like to you down here on her wrist?
That again appears to be self-inflicted scratching.
And looking at State's 10, which is a closer view, does that change your mind?
Small cuts, scratching, no, sir. I still go with that.
Have you seen that before?
Yes,
Okay. Do people do that sometimes when they act like they're trying to harm themselves? Or what do they do?
people will do that when they're struggling with that. That's not an injury meant to take a life. That's something that they do on their own.
Okay. And looking at her feet, does that appear to be on the bottom? What does it appear to be on the bottom of the feet?
And the dark spot appears to be some of the dried blood.
Okay. Now, there were footprints all throughout that blood in that house, wasn't there?
Yes,
And there was some out on the front porch.
yes.
Looking at stage 12, what does that appear to be on the bottom of her feet?
That's actually much better photo where you can see there's quite a bit more dried blood at the heel of the foot.
So after looking at the stab wound, looking at the note, looking at the injuries on the defendant, did y'all make a determination of whether a crime had occurred in that house?
Yes,
And what crime had occurred in that house?
murder.
And did you determine who had committed that murder?
Yes,
Who was that?
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I'll pass with you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Quite a scene.
Yes, sir.
A lot of blood.
Yes.
When you got there, how many officers were there when you got there?
Officers, I really couldn't tell you, the majority of the officers were outside holding the scene. It was dark. And we don't make contact with all the officers on the scene. There was also a group of detectives as well, and then of course, our ID techs. So there was quite a bit of people out there.
And when you got there, they had already began the investigation.
The scene was secured, yes, sir.
Okay. And was it expressed to you that when you got there that it was a murder-suicide?
That was the belief.
Okay. So that was made before you got there?
That,
Someone had.
correct, yes.
Okay. But that was the point of you doing the videos and all of that was to better confirm.
Right. Well, anytime that a life is taken, we have an extremely thorough.
Okay. Now, were any tests made on the blood to determine whose blood it was?
That's, I don't have any testing. If there was any done, it was not made known to me.
Okay, so that could have been blood from more than one person, is that correct?
That would be a difficult leap for me because there were only 2 people in the house and only one person that had left that house had a wound that would have created that amount of blood.
But over a period of time, wounds change in its look. Sometimes there's internal bleeding, is that correct?
But internal bleeding wouldn't be on the floor. If
Yeah.
that's what you're talking about, that's talking about the blood on the floor.
Well, internal bleeding can lead to external relief, is it? Couldn't it?
Which would have been seen in the photos of the hospital. So I
But-
agree with you, if there would have been an injury on Miss Johnson that would have had that kind of blood come from her, but we don't have that in this investigation.
Well, my question is not could that have been internal bleeding comes out, right? If I was hit in the stomach and ruptured something inside, could it come from my mouth?
If you threw it up, sure.
Okay, weren't there indications that there was vomit all over the living room?
There was no blood in the home. It could be seen. There could have been trace amounts, but there was none that could be seen.
But there was vomit found throughout the house.
Yes, sir, there was not.
Okay. And the blood was not tested.
The blood at the door?
Any of the blood.
No, sir.
Were you there? Do you know that she did not have internal injuries? Or did you personally examine her?
I'm not a medical physician.
But my question was, did you examine her body?
Of course not.
So you don't know if she had internal injuries or not, do you,
No,
personally?
no, sir.
You may, from your experience, that's what you do. You, from your experience, you look at indications of or facts, and you put together your theory as to what happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
Along with the input of others that have assessments of other things.
Yes, sir.
So what is your theory on is blood spatter, is that what's considered blood spatter that's on the wall?
It could be some of it, or transfer, or like when a hand brushes up against it. If a hand brushes up against it, it's not blood spatter.
Okay, so there were spots of blood, there were fingerprints on the wall in some areas, correct? There was fingerprints in the hallway,
Yes, sir.
there were fingerprints in the kitchen, on the kitchen wall,
Yes, sir.
there were fingerprints in the living room,
Yes,
okay? There were spotted blood spatters in the hallway,
yes, sir.
there were spotted some in the kitchen, even some somewhat hot.
You'd have to show me the photos.
Okay.
On that one.
Do you recall there being any blood spots in the kitchen?
I recall, blood transfer on the floor in the kitchen.
Okay. In your opinion, the blood was about how old?
I wouldn't be qualified to give you anything exact, from knowing when they were last contacted by neighbors to the time that we were, notified, was several days. So it would be my belief that probably sometime Sunday was when this would have occurred.
Okay, so some of the blood could have been from different days. Correct?
Are you talking about prior to this or during the time frame?
During this time, over a 3 days period.
There's only one, I mean, unless we're just throwing things out there, there's only one injury to Mr. McMahon.
I'm not asking you about throwing things out, but is it possible that this blood can come, that could have been blood from different days?
From Mr. McMahon? I want to be sure that I'm understanding. you.
Okay.
Because.
My question is, could any of the blood that you showed in the video, could that blood have gotten there on different days?
I don't believe so. It's all dried to the same level. It's all cracked and flaked to the same level. And I only know of one blood stream that happened.
But none of it was tested.
No, sir, it was not.
There was blood on the bed in 2 different rooms. Is that correct?
The mattress in one room, there was what appeared to be blood. And then, of course, the bed where Ms. Johnson was down, there was blood.
Okay. Whose blood was it?
I did not test anything.
So it could have been someone else's blood.
In either of those beds, sure.
And that blood that was found, those stains, could have been from someone that wasn't even there.
In the one in the center bedroom on that mattress, it appeared to be old. The bed that Miss Johnson was in, that appeared to be fresh.
Right. One old, one fresh, And there were some that was even fresher than that, right? In other parts of the house.
I mean, I wouldn't say fresher than that, no. If you could show me a photo of what you're talking about, I could maybe assist better.
You stated that some of the wounds appeared to be self-inflicted,
Yes,
but you did not do an evaluation that was based on your photographs, your perception of the photographs.
that's based on training and experience and my perception of the
Have you ever been wrong in any of your assumptions?
I'm not perfect, of course.
So you could have been wrong.
It's possible that I'm wrong.
Do you know if any of the samples that were found was tested?
What samples? I'm sorry.
The different substances that was there.
I don't know if they were tested.
Do you know how long they had been there?
No, sir.
Do you know how they got there?
No.
Did you do any measurements or attempt to determine whose footprint you saw in the house?
ID on their photos will have the ruler to show the measurements of those footprints.
Okay, do you have the measurements of those footprints?
There should be in the photos, the ID photos.
Were any of the knives tested?
No,
No blood was, did any of them indicate that there was blood on?
none of them were tested for blood that I know of.
So it's your opinion that the blood that was, now, when you got there, where was the knife packed?
The pack of knives was sitting on the coffee table. It was near the envelope that contained the suicide.
Okay. So they had been moved.
Correct, and the officers had told us that they.
The
had-
jury's requesting a break.
So 3 knives were found on the bed, 2 in the pack, 1 on the bed.
Correct,
And then the other knife was found in between the leg, but was that still in between his legs when you got there?
it was,
Okay, so there were 4 knives found.
yes, sir.
Which one, and do you know for a fact which knife, who had what knife?
None of the knives were tested,
There were no prints attempted to,
not that I'm aware of.
so for all you know, one person could have had all the knives.
One person could have had all of them.
And for all you know, either one of the knives could have been the knife that created the injuries, correct?
The butter knife that's rounded would not create the type of injury that we see.
Okay. Do you know if both people had knives?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
So both individuals could have had knives before any injury, is that correct?
I wouldn't know.
you wouldn't know because there's no way for you to know, correct?
Right.
So that,
It's information we certainly wouldn't have.
but had there been tests on the knife for fingerprints, that would have given a better indication of who had what knife, wouldn't it?
It's possible.
So you're saying it's possible, you're saying that in a manner that, fingerprints wouldn't have helped at all?
The problem with that is that if Mr. McMahon had been deceased for several years, Ms. Johnson was freely roaming the house, anything could have been staged.
But if Ms. Johnson hadn't been roaming the house and the knives were found and tested for prints, that could have determined who had the knives, right?
I just don't believe that that's the.
But I'm asking you, is that possible? Would that have made, if prints were taken, could you have gotten prints?
That's a better question for ID. They're the ones that take prints. Prints can be taken off of smooth surfaces. The butter knife, the handle of the butter knife, it looks like a textured surface, so I can't state to that one. But it's a better question for ID.
Okay. How long have you been with the department?
17 years.
17 years. Have you ever seen prints taken off of a knife?
Off of a knife, sure.
So it's possible to take prints off of a knife.
It depends on what the handle's made of or where you're taking it from, correct?
But in that situation, no prints were even attempted.
Not that I know of. Again, that's a question for ID.
I passed the witness, you know.
Do you have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, is this lady excused?
Please, Judge.
You are excused, ma'am. Raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat.
Call microphone, isn't it? Can you state your name for the record, please?
Michelle Ceja,
And how are you employed?
Beaumont Police,
How long have you worked for them?
about 7 years,
What do you do for them?
crime scene tech.
What kind of training do you have to do to become a crime scene tech?
Through observation and on the job training.
How long do you have to go through that? There's a set.
If I remember correctly, I believe it was 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Back on June 30th of 2020, were you sent to an address at 3030 Booker Street in Beaumont, Texas?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the call that you were sent to look at?
Was advised there was a police and something suicide.
Okay, so you had two different things you were looking at.
Yes, sir.
When that happens, when you get to a call like this, what is the first thing that you do?
I speak with officers and if there are already detectives on scene to be advised what was observed.
Okay, so do they kind of help point out what you need to be looking for?
Yes, sir.
And do they point out specific things that they want you to try to photograph or collect?
Yes, sir.
Now, other than that, does anybody really know what's going to be important, and what won't be important later on?
No, sir.
So do you have to sometimes collect or check on a lot of things that don't make any sense to the investigation, but you just make sure you cover the bases?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you get the things that are collected, do you decide what to do with them?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Most of the time, how do you decide whether to have something tested or whether you need to test it or have it sent somewhere?
The detectives decide if something needs to be tested.
So when you go to a crime scene and you've been told what to look at, what do you mark those with?
Yellow cones that are numbered.
We've seen a video and next to each little item, do you put a cone?
Yes, sir.
And those cones are numbered. Why are they numbered?
To mark, potential evidence or anything that is in time or fluids.
So later on, when I wanted to ask, what was beside cone number 2? Did you document what was cone number 2?
Yes, sir.
So each one is numbered so that you can keep them separate and know what that was. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you also take photographs of what you collect and what you see in that house or in the location?
Yes, sir.
And at 3030 Booker Street that night on June 30th of 2020, did you take photographs of things that you collected and cones that you placed around?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've already shown you these in my office to kind of save a little time. States exhibits 15 through 115. Do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw on June 30th, 2020 at 3030 Booker Street? did those fairly and accurately depict what you saw at 3030 Booker Street on June 20th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Tender states 15 through 115.
There's no objection, Your Honor.
Those exhibits are admitted.
What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 15?
That is, the right side of the residence.
So this is the right side of the residence at 3030 Booker, is that correct?
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 16?
that is the left side
Okay.
and the driveway to the residence.
And State's Exhibit 17
That's the residence.
and 18?
That is the front door to the residence.
Now, as we see down here, these little yellow markers, are these the cones you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Looking at State's Exhibit 19. What are we looking at here?
That is the front door.
And State's Exhibit 20, is this a little closer view?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have cones there. What number of cones do we have down here in front of the front door?
Those should be 1, 2, and 3.
Now, do you have your report with you with what the cones are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are in cones numbers 1, 2, and 3?
Those should be the door parts, like doorknob parts from the front door and, footprint.
Okay. So looking at, we're gonna get the, let's just go ahead and skip 22, we'll go to 23. Looking at 23, this is cone number 1. What is this by cone number 1?
That should be the doorknob.
Okay. And cone number 2, what do we got reflected here? Is that another part of the door?
It is part of the door. I'm not sure what piece that is.
But what did you list as cone number 2? What did you mark as cone number 2 in your report?
I just have here cones 1 through 3 are doorknob parts and bloody, footprints.
Okay, well, let's look at bloody footprints. Let's look at cone number 2. What is that that's got that little ruler around it?
The bloody footprint,
Okay, what is the purpose of putting this ruler here?
that's for scale.
So looking at stage 25, is that like a closer view of that scale and footprint?
Yes,
Now, it's hard to tell with this photograph. Can you tell about what the measurement is on that footprint looking back behind you?
no, sir.
Okay. If you look, does this appear to be the heel?
Yes, sir.
And does this appear to be the toes right in here?
Yes, sir.
And so the measurement comes out somewhere right around where the edge of these toes is it not?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell from where you're sitting what that number is, or do I need to blow it up a little more? You blow it up a little more?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So if these are the toes right here, what are we looking at? Can you tell?
To me, it looks, like is that 240, I believe?
240, 240 centimeters? Is that centimeters or millimeters? You know what that scale is?
Millimeters.
Millimeters, 240 millimeters. Okay. We'll get somebody that's smarter than us to do the math later on, okay? Do you know what that math is?
What do you want?
Like what size shoe that would be?
Oh,
Do you know?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Your job is just to measure, is that correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 26?
Bloody footprint.
Okay. And this was also measured, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like the toe doesn't go all the way to the end, but it comes right here, this little, looks like a bullseye. It goes all the way out to, looks like about 280. That sound about right? We blow that up a little bit more. About 280, 285.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 27. Is this another bloody footprint?
Yes, sir.
Now, were they whole footprints or some of them just partial footprints? Could you tell?
I do not recall, if there was partials.
Well, can you look at this and kind of make out a whole foot, or can you just make out part of a foot?
I see a full foot.
Okay. Does it look smaller than the other one?
The last picture, or
Yes.
I do not know.
Well, let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. This is the toes, right? Right here? Where would the heel be?
I'm sorry, where did you point?
Right here. Is this a toe?
To me, that is the heel of the foot.
That's the heel of the foot right here?
Yes,
Okay, where would you see the toes at?
May I use this?
Sure. Show us what you see.
To me, this is the heel, and to me, toes are on this side.
Okay. Does that appear to be about the same size foot? Or can you tell?
No, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. Kind of faded in the photograph, isn't it?
Okay.
Now, you didn't write down any measurements of the foots, did you?
No, sir.
Feet. Look at State's Exhibit 28. What are we looking at here?
Then is the interior of the front door.
Okay. That's looking back from the inside towards the front door.
Yes.
Okay, we got the blinds right here
Yes, sir.
and the curtains outside the blinds.
Yes.
Does it appear looking at you, looking down here at this curtain sticking out from behind and this space between here, that these curtains have been moved? Like someone was looking out a window?
I do not know.
Well, do you think that since everything else is draped straight down and this is curved this way coming out from behind that sofa, that there's a possibility somebody had looked out that window?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay. Well, if somebody testified that they thought they saw a curtain move in that location right there, at that doorway, does it look to you like that curtain has been disturbed, or is it laying flat behind the sofa like it normally would?
Flat.
Okay, appears to you to be flat?
It does not.
Okay. It looks like it's curved out, doesn't it? Like it's been moved? Okay. Looking at states 29, what are we looking at here?
That is the living room.
That's the living room looking from where?
That's the front door looking into the living room.
Okay. And what is cone number 5 that you have marked here?
Blood.
Blood. So this whole section is cone number 5. What is cone number 4?
I also have it labeled as blood.
Okay. So you've got cone 4 and cone 5 marking this area of blood. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that it's just a puddle of blood, or does it look like things have been going through it? People have been walking through it, or something's moved it?
There's definitely some movement.
Okay. Looking at states 31, is this a closer view of 4?
Yes, sir.
Now, what do we got this threshold here for?
To show that there is blood.
There are bloody footprints on the doorstep or the threshold? Does that look like a footprint, or does that just look like blood to you?
To me, that just appears to be blood.
Okay. All right. So looking at states 32, we're back at cone number 5. Is this a better picture of the talking about being disturbed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so looking back from inside the house, look at states exhibit 33. Where are we looking from here?
So this is still the living room, pointing towards the front door.
Okay, so originally we were coming from the door towards the inside of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And states exhibit 33 is looking from inside the house back towards the
Your
door.
Honor, I object. Counsel is leading.
Yeah, rephrase your questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
I took a photograph from inside the living room, pointing towards the front door.
Okay, what are the cones we're showing there?
4 and 5, blood,
Okay. States exhibit 34, what are we looking at here?
bloody footprint.
And did you measure that footprint also looks like?
Yes, with the scale.
Okay. Looking at states 35, what do you got here?
This is from the porch area, the photograph into the living room, showing the additional cones in the background.
In states 36, what are we looking at here?
And a couch in the living room. And I marked it, saw that there was some stains on the couch.
What is that sofa sitting next to? What's on the left-hand side of that?
That's the front door.
Okay, and is that still with that curtain back there?
Yes.
And you can see the bigger slip right there where the curtain had been moved, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, looking at states 37. What are we looking at here?
That is another angle of the living room and the couch.
So now we've kind of turned the corner, is that correct? What states exhibit 38?
That is the floor of the living room,
Okay. And what cone is that down there?
cone number 9,
What is cone number 9?
and possible blood.
Looking at states 32, what are we looking at?
Still in the living room, additional cones and,
What cones are we looking at? Can you tell?
9 and 8.
Okay. So we looked at that prior cone 9 on the floor, this is where it was located. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what is that cone up on the sofa up above it, or love seat? What cone number?
Possible vomit on the couch.
So Is that States Exhibit 40, what are we looking at?
The calculated possible bond.
Was there any, do you remember there being any blood in any of the vomit?
I do not recall.
States Exhibit 41, what are we looking at here?
The living room table,
And what cones are on the living room table? Can you tell?
7 and 10.
What are we looking at States Exhibit 42?
Seven are knives and 10 is a note.
Okay. So looking at cone number 7 in States Exhibit 43, are those the knives that you documented?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you recall, did you take one of those knives and use it as far as collecting it for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 141. You look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I labeled the box. I also sealed it with my initials, date, case number, and inside the box are my initials and date on the knife.
Okay. So is this the knife that we see in cone number 7, the loose knife that's pointing the opposite direction of the other pieces?
Yes, sir.
Tender States 141.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
So just so the jury can see it, this is the knife that you collected, which is in States Exhibit 141. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it appear to be pretty clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you clean it?
No, sir.
Did you do anything processing of it?
No, sir.
Did there seem to be any apparent blood on it or anything that you could test? Looking at it.
I did not observe any blood.
Did you try to get fingerprints off it?
No, sir.
Why not?
I was not advised and it was not requested from the detectives.
Can you always get fingerprints off of surfaces like that on that knife?
Surfaces have to be dry and smooth.
Okay.
to get it.
Do you know who all's handled that knife or how long it's been handled or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Do you know whether it's been cleaned off or had been laying around with some other stuff?
No, sir.
Okay. But you did not test it, is that correct?
That's correct.
What are we looking at States Exhibit 44? Well, let me go back on States Exhibit States Exhibit 44. What are we looking at here?
Code number 11, possible blood.
Okay, so these spots down here are possible blood.
Yes, sir.
Now, States Exhibit 45. What was beside code number 10?
A note.
A note. Okay, let me show you what's marked as States 143. See if you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
This is the envelope that I placed the note in. Dated, sealed it also. And this note. On the seal of the envelope is my initials and date.
So this is the note you found on that copy table by code number 10.
Yes, sir.
Tender States 143.
No objection.
Admitted.
Let's look at it real quick so we know what it looked like. Were there any changes other than, you said your initials, which are up on this corner up here, right? Is that correct? Okay, and your date. Were there any changes that you made to this note before placing it in this envelope?
No, sir.
Do you know who wrote the note?
No, sir.
Who does it say wrote the note down here?
Naomi.
Naomi. What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 46?
That is the living room. And in the background is the kitchen.
Now we see on the copy table, what cone is that?
That's code number 7.
We just looked at, is that correct? Back with cone number 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just to give perspective, this is looking towards, from the front door towards where?
The kitchen.
State's Exhibit 47, what are we looking at here?
That is still the living room floor and code number 12.
Okay, so cone number 12, do we see that? And also in State's Exhibit 46 right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So code number 12 is heading towards what room?
The kitchen.
What is labeled code number 12?
How that is possible, Lord.
Okay. State's Exhibit 48. What are we looking at here?
The kitchen.
And what cone is that back here that we're looking at?
13.
What do you have labeled as cone 13?
Possible, Lord.
Okay, is 49 a little closer view of that?
Yes, sir.
And is State's 50 a lot closer view?
Yes, sir.
And do you see the blood that you marked?
Yes, sir.
Is that the stuff that's around the cone?
Yes.
State's number 51, what are we looking at here?
That's still the kitchen.
And what cone are we showing here in this
14 and 15.
State's Exhibit 52, what are we looking at?
Kitchen counter, with code number 14.
Okay, and it's 53, is that a closer view of 14?
Yes, sir.
What were you marking with cone number 14?
Code number 14 is the roach and ant killer, and there is a glass with white residue on the ground.
This glass right here with the white residue,
Yes, sir.
and this is the roach powder,
Yes, sir.
and does it appear to be open? Does it appear the cap's off of it, or can you tell?
I believe you have the both.
Okay. Looking at State's 54, what are we looking at here?
Kitchen table,
And what cone number?
code number 15.
And State's 53, is that a closer view?
Yes, sir.
What is State's 15, or what's this, is cone 15 marking?
The red juice and the pitcher.
State's 56, what are we looking at?
That is inside the kitchen, taking a photograph back towards the living room.
So we're looking back where we came from.
Yes.
So are we gonna go out that door?
No, sorry.
57, where are we at here? Is this the kitchen area right here to the right? Let me go back. See what we got. So we're looking back towards the cones, right?
Yes, sir.
And then State's 57. Is this another living area? Let me show you 58. Does that help?
Yeah, this
We're
is,
following.
I labeled this in my report as a second living room.
Okay, so looking in that background back there, back here, what cone do we have? Can you tell? Let me get my finger out of the way so it'll focus in.
19.
Okay, so 58, is that cone 19?
Yes, sir.
What was cone 19?
19, was also roach and ant killer.
Okay, looking at state 59, is this just looking at that living area?
Yes, sir.
In state 60, what is that?
Closer view of the 19.
In 61, what are we looking at here? Let me get out of here.
That is another angle of the second living room with cone number 16.
What was cone number 16?
It's decon mouse trap pellets.
Okay. States 62. What are we looking at there?
Another angle of the second living room with cones 17 and 18.
And also cone.
16.
Okay, so we got 3 cones here. 63, is that, what's that looking at?
Another angle of the second living room.
Okay, this store, was it boarded up?
Yes, sir.
What else is in here? What is this right here that's in that boarded up area?
A lawnmower.
So 64, what are we looking at?
Cone 16.
Yes. And cone 16 was the decon you said?
Yes, sir.
And is this what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
What are these, is this a trap? Is that what that is? Some kind of a rat trap, or could you tell?
I can't tell from the picture, but I believe that was a trap.
Okay, let's look at 65. Does that help any? States 65? What's number 66? What are we looking at here?
White pellets.
Is that what this is right here?
Yes, sir.
By cone 17, okay, look at cone 18, or state 67, what are we looking at here?
Cone 18, and that is roach poison tablets.
Looking at state 68, what is this? What are we looking at?
I believe that's the kitchen.
Okay, looking towards a hallway,
Yes, sir.
all right, in state 69, what is this?
The hallway.
What is contained in that hallway?
I believe the deceased, and I believe that's cones 20, 21, and 22.
Okay, let's look at state 70, what are we looking at?
A closer view of the deceased on the cones.
And looking at 20, what did you mark as cone 20?
White powder.
Does it look like that white powder's been smeared?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Does it look like it's in some straight lines in places?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's in state you give 71?
The deceased and cones 21 and 22.
So what did you mark as cone number 21?
Number 21 is the deceased.
Okay. What is cone number, oh, let's look at 72. What are we looking at here?
Another angle of the deceased and the cones.
What cone is that that's closest to us, right?
Number 22, I have labeled as possible vomit and blood and food residue.
Okay. 73. What are we looking at here?
The top view of that area.
Okay. Now 74. What are we looking at here? Let me back this up.
That is part of the hallway. Taking a picture to one of the bedrooms.
We got cone number 22, what we just looked at, right?
Okay.
What cone do we got up here to the right?
23,
We're looking at state 75. What are we looking at?
the bedroom.
What did you mark as cone number 23?
White residue.
Looking at state 76, what are we looking at?
There's another angle with that bedroom.
In 77,
Another angle with the bedroom.
is that the bed in that bedroom?
Yes, sir.
No combs there though, right?
No, sir.
And 78, what are we looking at?
Cone number 24.
What was marked as cone number 24?
More white residue found on the carpet.
It states number 79, what are we looking at?
That is the same bedroom, photograph angled towards the floor area of that bedroom.
We got cone 23, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What was cone 23 again?
White residue.
Alright. So it was 80. What are we looking at?
Cone number 24.
That was more white residue, wasn't it?
Uh,
Cone 24, what do you have as cone
I
24?
have it as white residue.
Okay. What about states exhibit 81?
Number 25, I have it also labeled as white residue.
States 82, what are we looking at?
It's a mattress.
Is it an old, just leaning up against the wall?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was in the same bedroom.
Okay. Look at states 83, what's here? Is this that mattress right here?
Yes, sir.
And this, does it have the pattern of the mattress on the side of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
So where is that looking at? Is that looking out the door, just
It
out the,
is out the door.
okay, does that appear to be another bedroom straight ahead?
I don't recall, sorry.
Okay, well, let's do 84, what does that look like?
Shoe boxes and, a dresser.
Okay. Looking at 85, what are we looking at here? This appear to be the same boxes,
Yes, sir.
and left-hand side, what does that look like?
Another one.
Okay, looking at 86, does that look clearer view?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if this is where the defendant was found in this room?
Yes, sir.
So looking, I noticed this dresser has been moved. Did you know whether that dresser was moved before or after this incident occurred?
I was advised that the dresser was moved in order to remove the defendant from the residence.
Okay, so the EMTs had to move it, or fire department had to move it to get her out the window.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So looking at 87, we've got all kinds of cones, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Are they in the bed?
Yes, sir.
88, what are we looking at here?
Another involved, the bedroom,
In 89,
angled towards the floor of that same bedroom.
and 90.
Different angles showing the dresser and the floor between the dresser. And, I believe that's the bed.
Okay. And 91, what are we looking at?
The bed,
92? What is it?
the bed, the window, and the dresser that was used.
Is this the window they took her out through? The
Yeah.
defendant?
That's the one I was advised that she was removed from.
Okay. 93. Did it appear these blinds laying here? It may have come from that window,
I'm sure that those are the blinds from the window.
but they do look like blinds, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at 94, what do we got here?
Towel, I believe.
We're looking at 95. Is that a closer view of the towel?
Yes, sir.
96, what are we looking at here?
That is the dresser, with cone number 26.
Okay, what did you label cone number 26 as?
Also on cone number 26, there is a styrofoam cups, one to the left and one to the right. to, mark the unknown liquids in the cup.
Okay, so that's one side on State's Exhibit 96, what's State's Exhibit 97?
The other styrofoam cup. with
Okay.
the unknown liquid.
Looking at 98, what are we looking at here?
That is the bedroom floor cones number 27 and 29.
What did you have marked as cone 27?
A cell phone,
And what about 29?
having labeled a possible vomit on the curtains.
What's State's Exhibit 99?
That is the dresser next to the bed,
And what cone is that on top of the dresser?
28.
What is cone 28?
Number 28, on the dresser, it was marking a cell phone, the, antifreeze, hair clog remover, a styrofoam cup with unknown liquid and rubbing alcohol.
State's 100 is a good view of those three items of cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the antifreeze, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
That is the hair clog remover.
And looking at State's 101, what is this?
The styrofoam cup with the unknown liquid.
Was that the one contained with these items in State's Exhibit 100 on the other side of them?
Yes, sir.
Looking at 102, what are we looking at here?
That is a closer view of the inside of the cup.
Okay, 103,
And cone number 29.
is that a closer view of it, showing what the vomit was, that you, potential vomit on the curtains?
Yes, sir.
State's 104, what are we looking at? This looks like a closet right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this just looks like a room with books. 105, what are we looking at?
Box cutting.
And 106, is this the open box cutter?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to have a blade in it?
No, sir.
State's 107. Well, how we got back to cone 29 again, but that's cone 29, right?
Yes, sir.
108,
Closer view of the bed with all the cones.
okay, well, let's start with, cone number 30, what was cone number 30?
Cone 30 is, marked for the bed and the bed sheets.
Okay. What's cone, let's look at 109, what cone is right here?
Number 31,
What is cone number 31 marking?
a towel.
State's 110. What do we got?
32,
What is that marking?
I have it as a possible blood.
What about State's 111? What do we got here?
Number 34 is Econ, bait station and nail polish remover.
Okay. We've also got State's 35 right here. What was that marking?
That marks the window.
Okay. And back on State's Exhibit 112, was cone number 33?
Tomcat block bait, and there was one, little green bait block by itself.
Okay. State's Exhibit 113, what are we looking at?
The window and the main dresser.
And 114, we're kind of circling back around to that dresser getting moved, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And last but not least, 115, what are we looking at here?
That is the hallway where the deceased was located.
So he was laying here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we look at look here at State's Exhibit 73. Is there any blood on the wall anywhere down here by the baseboards? Except for the little smear, it looks like dirt or something, maybe blood right here that's smeared. Is there any pool of blood or anything on those baseboards?
Not that I can see.
And looking at states 115, after they move the body, there is a pool of blood that was left after moving the body. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen that before, where sometimes when they move it, blood comes out of the body?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you or anyone at your behest test any one of those liquids that were taken or collected, as far as the antifreeze, the hair clog remover, things of that nature?
No, sir, we do not do testing.
The stuff that you collected was stuff that you collected because you were told to collect it, because it might have some bearing on what this lady took. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you informed that she had told them she had taken some of this stuff that was on the side of the bed?
I'm sorry.
Were you informed that she had told the EMTs that she had taken these hair clog remover and things that she drank on the side of the bed? Or were you just told to collect it?
I don't recall if it was mentioned that she had taken
Okay.
anything, but I was told to collect. The very important liquid.
Now, after you collected all this, did you do anything else in this investigation besides tag it and place it in the property?
No, sir.
Trying to get these back in order for the defense attorney. I'll pass the witness, Judge. I'm putting it back in order, 1 through whatever. Put it backward, they were backward way. Go ahead. I'll do it.
Normally, when you collect evidence, you collect it, tag it, and who makes the determination whether they're tested?
The detective.
And so you have nothing to do with that.
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true that if a person has pests, they use poison to get rid of pests?
Yes.
And you've been doing this how long?
About 7 years.
Do you find sometimes people don't put things up in organized fashions? Have you found that?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes people just leave it where they use it.
Right.
So we've heard a whole lot of poisons that were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
To you, does that necessarily mean all of them were used at the same time?
What do you mean use at the same time?
If there was rat poison and roach poison and any other poisons, that doesn't mean, that could mean anything, right? Okay, anything like, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person was getting all these drugs or all these poisons to put into something to drink.
Okay.
Does that mean that to you?
Yes.
It does?
That they
Okay, let me make sure I'm not confused. Just because you find a number of different poisons out and someone told you it had been ingested, does that necessarily mean everything they find was a part of what she took?
I don't know.
Have you ever found poisons in the house and no one took them themselves?
I have been to homes that have had poisons around the house. But I can't say if they've taken it or not. I was don't ask people if they taken it.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about some specific places. I think you mentioned, there were, I think, 2 places you said you saw what appeared to be vomit and blood, a mix of vomit and blood. $73. Did you say that's a mix of vomit and blood?
Yeah, I have it labeled as possible vomit, blood, and some blue residue.
Okay. What was the blue residue?
I don't know,
Okay. You just collected it.
I believe I collected a swab
Okay. And why would you collect the swab?
because I was advised to.
And why do you think you would be advised to collect a swab of something, a liquid mix?
Possibly maybe for testing.
Okay. So there is the ability to test to find out what substances are in that mix. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Who would be responsible to getting your test substances to a lab to be tested?
That would be up to a detective to decide if they want to test it or not.
Okay. Number 29, what did you say number 29 was?
Possible vomit on the curtain.
Did you say vomit or vomit and blood?
On my report, I have 29 labeled as curtain with possible vomit.
Okay. So can there be, did you find any vomit mixed with blood?
To say for certain, I don't know. Like I say, I stated, but there was possible vomit. Number 22 is possible vomit was possible blood spots and blue residue.
Okay. I'm not gonna belabor some of these points, but do you know from what you saw, do you know where, if that, the incident in which he was punctured, do you know where that happened?
As in when it started?
Yes.
No, sir.
You only know where it ended.
Yes, sir.
All the blood, if it wasn't tested, there's no way you would know whose blood you were looking at, would you?
As I stated, I don't do any testing.
Right. So if you don't test it, you don't know.
Right.
I've heard a lot about the white substance. If you don't test the white substance, you don't know what it is, right?
Right.
If you don't test for prints, you don't know who handled cups, do you?
Right.
If you don't test knives, the surfaces, you won't know who handled the knife, would you?
Right.
Your job is to collect, deliver it to the detectives, and they determine what happens from there.
I do not deliver it to the detectives. I submit it to property.
You submit it to property, and they in turn determine what's next.
Yes, sir.
Got to ask you, did you find another knife located that you collected in the house?
Yes, sir.
Where did you find it?
Second knife was located between the legs of the deceased.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142, see if you recognize this.
Okay.
How do you recognize it?
I labeled the box, sealed it, initial, date, put the case number, and on the knife itself, it has my initials and.
And is that the knife you found between the legs of the decedent, Kelvin McMahon?
Yes.
Tender States 142.
No objection.
Admitted.
Just so jury knows what we're talking about, let's put this up here. Is this what's considered like a table knife or butter knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it have very sharp edges on it? Or is it serrated?
It's not serrated.
It's just a little ridged like a quarter or something.
Yes, sir.
So looking at it, did there appear to be any blood on it?
No, sir, I do not observe it.
And looking at the handle, does this look like something you might easily get fingerprints off of?
It's not a smooth surface.
So would it make it difficult at the best?
Possibly.
Okay. I have a quick question. Just
Prints taken from this knife.
Not with what I use. I use like feather duster and some powder. There's maybe equipment that may be able to retrieve a print off that type of surface, but my department does not have access to that.
If I handed you this knife, would you be able to get any prints off of this knife?
No, sir.
I thought, didn't you say it's easier to get prints from smooth surfaces?
I was specifically talking about handle.
Okay, I'm specifically talking about the knife as a whole. If it's tested, prints could be taken from the knife.
Yes.
Do you know who had this knife?
No, sir.
Do you know who placed this knife in between his legs?
No, sir.
Could you take prints from this knife that I'm holding? Could you find my prints on this knife?
Possibly.
Possibly? It would have to be tested, correct?
And I would have to test it.
On the smooth surface.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who put this knife in that house?
No, sir.
Do you know who put this knife on the bed?
No, sir.
If it had been tested, you might find some prints, right?
Possibly, yeah.
On either of these knives. If they were tested for prints, they might have found out exactly who had it. Oh, by the way, do you know who put this one in the house? This knife?
Is that the one with the black handle?
Yes.
No, sir.
You don't know who put either of these in the house, do you?
No, sir.
And Mr. President,
And this lady, can she be excused?
please do.
You are excused, ma'am. Thank you. Right hand, sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name by Yang Xu.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And what kind of, can you tell the jury what kind of educational background and professional training you have that qualifies you in the field of medical pathology?
Yeah, I graduated from Harbin Medical University in mainland China. Got my MD degree, and after that, I got my pathology residency training in Natural Health Medical Center at Cleveland. After that, I got my forensic pathology fellowship training in Harris County Medical Examiner's Office in Houston, Texas.
Now, how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For 16 years.
Does Jefferson County have a medical examiner
Yeah, they have that forensic pathology service.
here? So they don't have just but a single medical examiner. They actually use forensic medical services. Is that correct?
They don't call it a medical examiner office. They just actually it's a kind of private service company. Name is the forensic medical.
And they're at forensic medical services. Do y'all actually service several counties, performing autopsies for those counties?
Yes, I can do that. But right now, the country the office is located in Jefferson County, but the service is spread even outside the state.
Now, so do they perform autopsies there for Jefferson County?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what an autopsy is?
Yeah, autopsy is the procedure to examine the deceased dead body. So the purpose is to identify the cause of death and also manner of death. After collecting all information, including autopsy. So that's the autopsy purpose.
So who requests that you all conduct these autopsies?
It's just peace.
So usually a justice of the peace?
Yeah.
During your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Oh, yeah, I think more than 4,000.
So more than 4,000?
Yeah.
Have you testified as an expert witness in the area of forensic pathology before?
Yeah.
And is that on few or many occasions?
Many.
And your job as performing autopsy there for forensic medical services, are there other pathologists there who also work for forensic medical services that also perform autopsies?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 129. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's the autopsy report.
Did another pathologist actually make this report while employed there at Forensic Medical Services?
Yes.
And who was that pathologist?
This doctor, this, Dr. Rainey, that we, Dr. Rainey.
Dr. John Wayne there, is that what it says on there?
Yeah, yeah. The autopsy performed is on, 2020, yeah. So,
Is he now, do you know if he's alive or not, Dr. Wayne?
he is not working here, so that's why I come to review the case and, testify.
So he's no longer with Forensic Medical Services, is that correct?
I think somewhere, not in this area.
And, is it the regular practice of Forensic Medical Services to make autopsy reports, including a complete file along with photographs taken during those autopsies?
Yes,
And do you have access to the complete autopsy reports, the entire file and photographs, conducted by those other pathologists for
Yes.
Forensic Medical Services?
yes,
Have you had a chance to review this autopsy, State's Exhibit 129, prepared by Dr. John Wayne, as
Yeah.
well as the photographs?
yes.
And was this report that was prepared by Dr. Wayne, was it reasonably soon after the event that occurred? Did it see? Was it prepared, close to the time of the death?
Yeah, usually, yeah, we, after autopsy, they have to give the preliminary, funding and this couple of, weeks to finish the autopsy report.
And is that autopsy report and the photographs, that you've reviewed exact duplicates of the originals?
Yes.
So you would mark the State Exhibit number 130, or 140, and recognize those.
This is the, photo taken, Beaumont house.
Was that included in the file of the autopsy taken here, autopsy performed here by Dr. Wayne?
Yes,
And do they fairly and accurately depict, the body there as it was before and during the autopsy?
yes.
And who was the name of the decedent on that autopsy?
Here is, what's the last name?
Is that McMahon,
Yeah,
Kelvin McMahon? Your Honor, at this time, I offer State's Exhibits 129, 140, the business record. Just for the record, that's the State's Exhibit 129 is the autopsy report, and States 130 through 140 are the photos from the autopsy.
You have no objection, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 129 through 140 are admitted.
Dr. Shue, showing you what's already been marked and admitted as state's exhibit number 128. And this was a photo that was identified as a Kelvin McMahon by his brother. Is that the same individual that was also in the photos in this autopsy?
Yeah.
Was there an external examination done, this autopsy of Mr. McMahon?
Yes,
And what injuries were found, if any?
there, they found, one stab wound on the, right side of the torso.
Do you know exactly how far down? Or for the jury, could you kind of point on me where that would be, on the right side?
Yeah. Just, then point myself, it's about the umbilical level and on the left side, and, nearly the lateral, but anterior lateral. In this one.
And did that appear to be from a sharp instrument?
Yes,
How far did it go into the body?
based on the, autopsy report, that's, 11 centimeter. In fact, it's 11 centimeter.
About how many inches is that?
It's, 5, 6.
Now, I guess if I calculated it on using a conversion there, it would 4.33 inches down.
Yeah.
About right.
Yeah.
Now, what the injuries there, did it appear, what do those injuries occur to? Did it, liver, spleen, or what?
What did you mean, what kind of damage internally, the staff first incorporating the skin and subinner soft tissue, and also, incorporating the right side, the eighth rib, and into the, abdominal cavity, and it further, penetrated the right lobe of the liver.
So you said it went through the rib, through the abdominal cavity and into the liver?
Yeah.
What would that cause if something, sharp instrument like that goes through those areas and hits the liver?
We call that step one. Step one, that means, the length on surface of the wound is smaller than the depth, so we call that step one. So,
Would that cause a lot of bleeding?
yes,
Immediately, or would it take a while, or?
immediately. The liver have a lot of blood vessels, so when support, when step into them, cut the vessel. Yeah.
This, when a body comes in there and the person's deceased and y'all receive it, showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 130. Now, what is this showing right there? What is that little, appears to be a tag on there?
This the tip for the bag, hold the things that which holds the remains, and that number is each case we are assigning the number of, we call that case number or autopsy number. So that just means any documentation or evidence or whatever involving in this case should be the same number. So it's belongs to one same case. So they use the number we can. So that means the inside the remain this case.
So it's assigned a case number, right? An
Yeah.
individual that's come in, there's a tag on the bag there and with the body in it, as well as there's a case number assigned then for a file.
Yeah. And also some ID plan on the body.
I'll show you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 131. And what is this depicting right there, Doc?
Yeah, you can see the same number, also number on the band is surrounding the, I think that's the right hand, right wrist. Right ankle.
So there's also one put around that individual's ankle, secured to them to make sure that that's the same individual that this autopsy is being performed on.
Yes.
And I'll show you it's been marked as admitted to state's exhibit number 132. And what is this right here depicting?
Yeah, this photo you can see the stab wound location and also show the clothing. That including that greenish.
And if you need to, for the jury, I'm sorry, there's also a right there, pointer we got there. You can use that screen right back there. That'll help you.
Okay, this the stab wound and this a spur, this a short. We put the ruler here to photo to generally tell the wound. And also the bone on body.
So using the ruler there to measure the wound right there.
Yes.
And as far as you said it was the maximum depth was 11 centimeters. What about the wound there, the length of it running up and down?
The length of the wound is 6.
That was 6 centimeters. Now, what would cause that? I guess in the findings, did it show that the sharp object had traveled left to right and down to up?
Yeah, that's the direction of the stab. We usually use describe that 3 dimensions, and based on the standard anatomic position of the body, like this straight, stand straight, and with the palm face in front, and so all the direction we describe is based on this direction, but it actually, when it happens, who knows, unless you have surveillance video and tell exactly the body what kind of gesture. So in the report, we describe that direction of the stab is from the right side to the left, and also wrist up, and also we indicate that I think also is a little bit back to front. Let me review that. Anyway, we describe that direction use the 3 dimensions. Yeah.
So if an individual were standing up when they were stabbed like that?
No, what I mean that when we describe the wound direction, we have to use the standard position to describe that. But for example, if at that time the distance is lying, then still got that. So the direction of the stab is not from this downward, this from upper to the bottom. But you cannot describe that way because we don't know exactly part of the body is lying on stand. But try to make people understand the direction of the stand. We have to use a standard way to describe it. So this in the autopsy report, they say from the right to left and from the bottom up to upper. This is based on the body itself, not based on the exactly what happened at the time, because we don't know at the time the standard of lying or whatever.
So on that standard anatomical position, that's somebody laying down on their back with their,
Not stand,
just standing, okay, so just standing facing you. And but you don't know really how that occurred. You can only say that's the direction
Yeah, direction.
that the injury
Direction
occurred.
as the whole body as the standard position that it description is the tells the direction to the body, not to others.
And-
Like the bullet, if gunshot wounds, bullet, then the people may be lying on that got shot on the chest. But if you cannot say the gunshot is go here, for example, an entrance back here in the shoulder, so it come upward. But if that people lying over there got this gunshot, the gunshot, the bullet direction of the bullet is downward. See? So all the description in the autopsy report is based on the body standard position.
Now, with that, if an individual was standing up when they were stabbed, right, if he had been standing, would that indicate someone kind of going like this or more like this if that individual, since it's traveling up like that, would that be more consistent with somebody?
Yeah. If that if incident is standing there, that's you're right. From lower to upper.
And now that's a pretty large wound there. Would that be consistent if you had a knife that's smaller than that? If it's being pulled back out, that it would cut down like that?
Yeah, stab wound, if the stab you into the body in straight line, but you take the stab up, usually you cannot follow exactly the direction into and up. So if that way, the line should be similar to the wide of the stab, but in reality, this must be different, a little bit different direction. So that makes when it stab is after the body, it make another further cut. So that's why the length of this bone is the side is larger than the wide of the back.
And I'll show you, Dr. We can mark the state's exhibit number 136, and is that a close up there of what we just saw? In that same?
Yeah.
Now, does that appear at the bottom there? Would that be if it had went up, like you said, travel from down to up, and you're pulling back out, would that be the bottom down there where it comes to a point?
Yeah. Yeah. So when the stab is withdrawn from the body and make the further cut.
Show you been marked and admitted as state exhibit 141 and 142. Here it is. Doctor, would this knife be consistent? with that type of injury?
Yes.
And now,
Hold on. Okay. The record is showing you are tendering or referring to states exhibits 141 and 142 that you've stated were knives found at the scene. But we're not sure what particular knife you're talking about. You got two on the record here, but
Yes,
what
sir. One of them-
particular knife are you
yes, sir, number,
talking now about to the doctor?
yes, sir, I apologize, Your Honor. Number 142 is the butter knife that it looked like it was found. This other one is the good cook knife with the sharp edge on it.
141.
Yes, sir, 140. Dr. Dow, this one is the 141, the good cook knife. Again, the blade on that, is it much smaller than the actual wound, is that correct?
Yes.
But would it be consistent if an individual stabs the upward motion like that, pulling back out with making that type of wound?
Yes.
Now, just to be fair, State's Exhibit 142, this is the butter knife that looks to be approximately the same length, pretty close to the sharp edge knife, the good cook one. Could that also cause that type of injury?
Yes.
And would that need a lot more force to cause that type of injury?
Yeah, because this is not sharp as the first one. So that if you want to make the same more force.
So out of the two, which one do you feel would be more consistent with that injury?
I think the first one.
That's 141, the sharp edge knife with the good cook. Now, also, as part of the autopsy, was there also a toxicology test performed?
Yes.
And who was that performed by? Do y'all send that out?
It's done now. Send out for another line.
And how does that work? Do y'all take the samples there and
Yeah,
send them off?
we take sample during autopsy and for toxicology and so then after they study the level, then they gave us the report.
And did y'all, were there, those findings were received back in this case?
Yeah.
And what did they show?
It's they show the level is 0.294.
Is that the blood alcohol?
Yeah.
It was 0.294?
Yeah.
Is that pretty high?
Very high.
Was there also, I believe, caffeine found?
Yeah.
And Doctor, based upon the autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Kelvin McMahon?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the step 1 to total.
And what is the manner of death?
And based on all the information and the minor fact is sometimes
The manner,
meaning that the life was taken by other people.
so the manner of death would be homicide?
Yeah.
It's an individual life being taken by somebody else?
Yeah.
Fast forward, if you're on.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shaw. You looked at both of these, have you seen both knives?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. This could cause serious bodily injury or
Yeah.
death.
Hold on. For the record, You were holding up a knife, but
I'm
we
holding
we may
it.
read the record later and we don't know what you're talking about. If you would refer to the state's exhibit number, please.
I
Thank
got
you,
it,
Mr.
thank you.
Sam. Yes.
Thank you. States Exhibit 141. This night. Is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death? Exhibit 142. Is this knife capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes.
So both knives could cause serious injury or death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Is it?
Nothing further.
Redirect? No?
Yes, sir.
And may this man be excused?
Please do.
You are excused, sir. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.